Yo, I'm back. Am I gonna fight Kaffers right off the bat? I can't fight Kaffers right off the bat. The hell? Oh. Look, excuse me. How are you guys doing this morning, though? Hello, that's Mike. 1, 2, 3. Kind of felt Labs was kind of meh. It was. The all-in-one presets, they look kind of like a. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to wait and see it, but they kind of look like a mess. Quick question: I'm trying to install IQON, but I encountered this service error. You need to contact IQON about it. Sorry, they do the support. I'm not part of their support team. If you go to their Discord, on their website, there will be an area to contact them. They will be fantastic at contacting you, getting in touch with you, helping you with any issues, but I am not part of their support team. Okay, chat. Let's make sure that my redemption shit is running. There we go. There's only one thing left that I want to do with this Kinjar, this new redemption, and I need to figure out how to have the text anchored at the center of the text instead of to the left. So when it's doing that little expansion, it's expanding evenly in both directions as opposed to just going in one direction. But I can't seem to find a way to do that. It might be a limitation of OBS because I don't think there's like you can center the text and have it anchored to the center, but it still doesn't stretch the source from the center. But for those who don't know, I added a new redemption yesterday. I got it working. All right. You died. Yeah. That's expensive. Yeah, I might make it a little bit cheaper. It's not as obnoxious as the flashbang. So, I just legit just copied most of the flashbang stuff. Oh, that is slightly hanging off the side. Is that not centered? Or... Oh, I think I know what it is. This isn't centered, so everything else isn't centered. Yeah, I might I might shorten the cooldown on it to a minute too instead of 10 minutes like the flashbang. Like I said, it's not as obstructive. Okay, let's see. Transform. Center horizontally. How the fuck is that centered horizontally? What the fuck did you just do? That is not even remotely centered. It keeps moving further to the left every time I try to center it horizontally. Holy, is there a snap to? Don't tell me it fucked everything up. Oh no, it's moving everything within the... Okay, you know what? Let's pop that separate. Let's see if I can center that. Transform. Center horizontally. Okay, there we go. Now I'll add it back to the scene. And then I'll do the same thing with that. Okay. Transform, center horizontally, put it back in the scene. Flashbang is easy to fix. The draw, same deal. Oh. I don't think it necessarily has to do with that, but we can try it out in a second here. Wait, what? That was not transform. Center vertically. There we go. Okay, there we go. Put that back in. Put it over top. Okay. Yo, wait, that actually did it. Oh, goddamn. I actually never noticed that option there in the transform. I even looked in there too. But I didn't actually see that. That's good to know. Edit transform. Shit. Right at the very top too. That'll be useful to know for other things too. Go get our grind on. Where is it? There it is. How you doing, Ellie? Good morning. Okay, so today we have nothing but grinding to do, fellas. We don't have any of those chores and shit like that. We just need to get to the grind. I don't think we will get towards our first Han accuracy crystal today. There's chores now? There's always been chores. Idania, what am I doing? When you wake up and you have to turn in your fishing, that's a chore. When you have to once a week go do your Pit of the Undying, that's a chore. When you do your weekly Elezra and your bosses, those are chores. Oh, I never said anything about new chores. You're putting words in my mouth. I just said chores. We have no chores to do. I already grabbed the weeklies. I already did them. Yeah. Beautiful. Oh shit. Actually, you know what? Oh no, we still got 40 minutes left of it. See the AP of the new grind spots though? Oh my god. Won't be able to run a defensive crystal setup anymore. Although, mind you, we're going to be getting more AP DP through the Kabuas and through the Han Edania crystal. So there'll still be a little bit of headroom with the 5th castle grind spot. Whenever you have to grind something and look at the total number, do you just think, fuck? Nah, I think, let's go. Something to work towards. Makes me excited knowing I have things to work towards. Do you have any folders available with your face textures? No. You're talking about with all these? No. That's my refrigerator with all my children's paintings on it. Get your own children. Did they actually draw those? That's cute. My Twitch children did, yeah. I think most of them are done by Valkia and Kaithar. Holy fuck, I'm so sorry, Kinjara. Valkia and Kinjara. You motherfucker. I'm sorry. You know, I was having a thought. Tell me what you guys think about this thought. To me, Ascension classes are basically PA's way around admitting that Succession classes were a mistake. So I feel like all Ascension classes is Awakenings without a Succession. Yeah. I personally I personally like Ascension classes too. I think by design it is, yeah, easier to balance. And it's not just that. It's just like sometimes you'll have like this class where the Succession feels complete, but the Awakening feels like an afterthought, or vice versa, right? Or the Succession feels like the afterthought. It's... I don't know. I feel like they should have just stuck with the original plan of just Awakenings. And then, like, the Ascension classes, they could have actually... Sorry, the Succession classes could have legit just been new classes. I hope one day they rip all the Successions or Awakenings, like, legit make a brand new Sage, for example. Because, like, Suck Sage makes sense. Move the Prime abilities into an Ascension window, right? Have the Prime abilities in there. It has its still main hand stuff. And then make Legatus, because on mobile... The two, like, every Awaken and Succession spec are separate from each other, right? They're actually considered completely different classes. You have Sage, which is the Succession version, and you have Legatus, which is the Awaken version. And then they could just give it a proper main hand that actually feels coherent with the Awakening. You could do the same thing with Nova, which has two very incoherent Awakenings and Successions. Hash is probably one of the few Awakenings that has a super coherent main hand and Awakening. You must have popped in late, Suna, but Ascensions are basically Awakenings. When you take a look at how they're designed, they are legit just Awakenings. Like I said, Ascensions are effectively PA, unwilling to admit that Successions were a mistake. So, they just decided to make a whole new thing called Ascension, which is basically an Awakening class. Like an old school Awakening class. But yeah, I think they should put in the effort, like... Just put in the work and convert all of the classes that have a succession into awakenings. And like if the main hand is coherent with the succession kit, then that could be its own class, and then you just have to make a new awakening, sorry, a new main hand for the awakening kit, or vice versa. And then just make them all their own classes. And then yeah, you could totally just do one weapon for each of them, right? Although I don't think they would ever do that. But yeah, I think Ascension classes are just much better designed. I think it's fine having the two different weapons though. I'm not completely sold on getting rid of that. Like, for example, with Deadeye, right? If it's using the pistols or the shotgun, it uses main hand damage. Use the rocket launcher, it uses the awakened damage. I think that's perfectly fine. I do not grind a remastered, no. Oh, back over a trillion. We're not broke anymore. It's actually crazy. I've been getting costumes and stuff just as fast as I've been earning silver. It's actually hard. Actually, never mind. I bought some more 300 stacks before the Night Vendor thing ended. That was actually consuming a bunch of silver, too. Speaking of which, now that we've had a little bit of time without it, how are Devours and stuff doing? Okay, still about the same as those. Yeah, that's going exactly as I expected it to. It's gonna take some time for all the feints, though, and the Devours to clear out of the market. Loot faster, pets. But yeah, take all the classes that have a succession, rip them into two different classes, and then make both of them Ascensions. Convert every class in the game to Ascension classes. I think it's also partially bullshit that, like, succession classes don't have to worry about cores, which is, you know, a blessing and a curse, because now they're at the mercy of making, like, hoping PA picks the right things to put protected CCs on, where they have no flexibility for their own playstyle. Also, succession classes don't get any of the 10, 25, or 50 BSRs. Yeah. Oh, it 100% does. Because every time you do a change to the main hand of, like, succession, right? if it's an ability that both kits use, now you have to consider, okay, well, how do we make sure that this ability is different for the Awakening so it doesn't make it broken? Sage is like the perfect example of that. We have so many abilities in our kit that do completely different, like even the absolutes are completely different because they had to take that consideration. And that's just a fucking waste of time having to do that shit. I think it would be a big improvement for the game too. They just, like I said, separated all the Awakening and Ascension class, or Awakening and Succession classes, turned them into individual Ascension classes. Oh, yeah. I don't even think either of those are worth it now. Now it's just kind of bait for new people, right? I don't even think those are cheaper than the equivalent now, like doing the quest. New players see that and they're like, oh, cool, and then they do it and they realize they sunk a bunch of resources into something that they could have got for cheaper if they just bought it. Oh, Black Star armors were a tremendous failure, right off rip, too. Like, that didn't even have a point where they were viable. They were just immediately a trap. The thing is the Black Star armors could have worked if they continued developing it, right? The whole premise of Black Star armors was to be a way to bypass Caphras. So you didn't have to see 20 Caphra stuff. And they had like a good start to it where you could get your Black Star armor and you could reinforce it with stuff from Serendia Elvia to make it like the equivalent of, I think, a C10. But they should have expanded on that. You should have been able to continue upgrading the Black Star armor to the equivalent of a C20. But for some reason they just stopped and it made it a trap instead. I want to do something after this. I personally don't think they're on managed decline. I think they are on the precipice of it, though. Like, they are struggling tooth and nail to make sure they don't start falling down that hole. But they are right on the edge, like, half hanging over it. They're just recently starting to climb over the edge. But for years, it felt like they were just always teetering there. This year has been pretty banging, though. This might actually be like some steps away from the edge. We just gotta hope that, you know, we continue seeing this momentum. Because this game, I mean, I feel like I've said this about so many games in the past, but it feels like it has so much potential. The fact that it's a decade old and still like holds strong in terms of like play and graphics, and it holds strong against new MMOs, but it just lacks regular content, right? But, you know, obviously right now we have some new content. We have Orbita. And soon we get to go get beat up by frogs. Woo! Hopefully we get a heater of a Calpheon ball. I hope so too. New player experience kills the game? Oh, 100%. And I think that they recognize that too, right? Because that was the whole premise of them doing the DP reworks. They recognize that new players coming to the game being like, okay, here's seasons, and seasons feel kind of cool for a new player. But as soon as you graduate seasons, they ask people, okay, so what do I do now? And they say, oh yeah, okay, now you got seasonal gear, go to Honglim. And then they say, okay, well, how long do I stay at Honglim? Oh, you stay there for, you know, a few hundred hours, maybe even up to let's say a few hundred hours. And then once you get, you know, this gear, and then they're like, oh, okay, well, what do I do once I get that gear? Okay, well, now you go to Darkseekers forever. That's not good for a new player. New player's like, what? Are you kidding me? That's all I ever do in this game? Where now there's a bit more flexibility as you gear up, you're moving through different spots, you get to experience more of the game. It is starting to feel a bit more like an adventure. The bar ain't that high for new MMOs. It really isn't. It really isn't. Okay, I actually want to do something. Man, teetering on the precipice. All it takes is one event. I'm just trying to think of how many devours I need, how many hungers I need. How many 300 stacks do I have? 10. Like that. These could easily become 300s. These two, so what is that? 23. Plus 1, 2, 3 more there. Plus the one I have 4 more, so 27 minus 3, 4. So 31. I need like 9 more 300 stacks. So I'm all set for my armors all the way up the deck. 9 more means, separated amongst 4, means I have enough to get, what, full Oct armors? One Sep, and then the rest Oct. That's still a handheld experience you explained? I mean, that's practically any MMO though, right? As you get more gear, you go to higher spots to get better gear or make more money. That's just par for the course for MMOs. Making people stay in one spot for hundreds of hours though is going to immediately turn people off. Now, if you sit at an in-game spot, that's not that big of a deal. People, like if you're at the bleeding edge where you're, you know, fully progressed and sitting at the in-game spot, that's a self-inflicted problem. But that should not be the new player experience where they're told to sit at the same spot forever. There's no slingshot? Does there need to be a slingshot? I don't think there needs to be. New players can definitely progress a lot faster than we did when we were progressing through those levels, and that will continue to be that way. I think they do a pretty good job, because it's a balancing act, right? You want to make sure that it doesn't feel like, you know, in order to catch up to somebody with 50,000 hours played, that you also have to play 50,000 hours. Because that means you never catch up, because by the time you finally hit 50,000, you're caught up for where they were, but now they're 50,000 hours further, right? And that's obviously not a good design for a game either. But the reverse is also true, where if you all of a sudden diminish all the hours that your veteran
Vaughn, let's go.
Your veteran hours, your veteran players have put into the game. That's going to make your veteran players feel frustrated too, right? It's going to make them not want to put in the hours as much. And I think that's one thing that PA has done a pretty good job at balancing. Removing all quests. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they could make a lot of the annoying quests better, but I don't know about removing it all. Like where the quest says run to this NPC and talk to him, and then run to that NPC and talk to him, and run to that NPC and talk to him, and you're legit just doing that for like an hour straight. That is terrible. People want to play the game. They don't want to sit there and fucking read an audio or listen to an audiobook, right? So what they should do is tie it to a kill quest. Take all of those quests, just have the dialogue appear at the bottom of your screen, so you have like this NPC talking to that NPC, but while you're doing that, it says, okay, go kill 1,000 Sausins, right? So while you're killing the Sausins, you can listen to that dialogue instead of having to run around and just be, have to spam R through them. The main story quests aren't that bad, though. But, like, if they did that, what I just explained with the main story quests, I think that'd be perfect. I think a lot more people would understand the lore of the game, too, if they could just listen to it while they're grinding. But, most new players, most players in general, don't want to have to sit there and just listen to a story. They want to get to the action. They heard BDO as some of the best MMO combat out there, and then they're forced to spend, 10s, 20s, maybe even 100 hours just listening to dialogue as they work through the main story quest.
Don't hate on audiobooks, brother Zeph. That's how I do most of my grinding.
Yeah, okay, well, exceptions are exceptions. Once again, we're talking about the majority, not the minority. That's the thing about the audiobook, Nightblade, which you clearly didn't understand there, is if the dialogue was just happening while it was telling you to do a kill quest, then people would actually sit there and listen to it, and they'd have a better idea of what's going on, because they get to enjoy the combat and actually play the game while they listen to it. But right now, it's not even an audiobook. You legit just have to sit there. If you want to hear the story, you have to sit there and listen and do nothing while you're doing it. And most players don't want to do that. Yeah, and how's that, Nightblade? Wait for it. I know exactly what he's gonna say. Wait for it. Wait for it. Why is it based around that, Nightblade? He's thinking now. He's trying to wonder. He knows there's a trap set up. He doesn't know what I'm trapped in for, though. No, just say it. Don't be a coward. Just say it. Say what you're gonna say. You're the one that put your foot down. Don't be a bitch now and back out. Say it. What were you gonna say? Come on, don't be a coward. Don't be one of those people. Because now you're afraid. I want you to say it. Because if I say it, you're going to try to dance around it. Just say what you're going to say. Stand on business. Yeah, exactly. So, and I knew you were going to say that. Because the content is geared towards endgame. Which is completely nonsense. What do you think new players eventually become? They become veteran players. If there isn't good and engaging endgame content, then the new players have no incentive to push to endgame. This idea that endgame content is only for veteran players is fucking nonsense. Absolute nonsense. I think the fact that you have a lot of newer and mid-game players that are upset that they don't get to immediately enjoy this content is a huge W. Not that they're upset, but the fact that those players are now excited and motivated to work towards this content shows that they did something right there. I think it would have been terrible if new players and mid-game players were not motivated to get to endgame. And we had a whole bunch of fucking time of that. We had a point in history in the game which clearly didn't work, where they overcorrected and made everything accessible to everybody, capped goddamn near everything in the game, and people were not motivated to play the game anymore. But this idea that endgame content is only for endgame players, it's like, what? Do you think an endgame player just manifests out of thin air? No, they start as a new player and hit mid-game and then hit endgame. This content is for everybody. What do you think happens in WoW, right? They add in-game content, people get geared up, ready, and work towards being able to do that content, and then they get to do that content. What does that say? Trad, Stuna? What's trad? No, they play classic, and because they are living in the past and looking at it through rose-tinted glasses. They don't miss the actual content. They miss the experiences, the friends, the adventure of the old content. So when they released WoW Classic, all those people thought that all of a sudden it was going to be just as enjoyable and fantastic as the day the content was originally released. And most of them end up sorely disappointed. It turns out, classic content, even if you went back to original BDO, it's not the content you missed. That content was fucking ass at the time and unpolished. It's the people and the adventure, the initial discovery that people miss. And bringing back classic content doesn't do that. Oh, traditional, okay. So, enhanced, alternative, traditional.
Something tells me a lot of people that are mad about it come from those games where they do one expansion every so often and everyone's immediately able to get through it, get the new shit, then sit on their ass, dick in hand waiting for the next one for God knows how long. God forbid a sandbox game have something to strive for past the current moment, goddamn.
Yeah. And, you know, that's a hard thing to balance because, you know, you have your sweaty losers like me who's always going to be waiting, right? Always going to reach that point. You honestly can't push out content so fast that the 0.1% of players that are absolute degenerates in the game always have something to do. Because then your average player's forever falling behind. So that is also a bit of a balancing act. But yeah, I mean, in the past few years of BDO, this year being the exception, it was a major problem in the other direction. It felt like there was nothing being added. It was like just crumbs being added every year. This year has been pretty fantastic, and I hope that this isn't just a one-off year. Yeah, exactly, Knight. Like, it was about the experiences, right? And unfortunately, and from what I understand, I never played WoW Classic. I played WoW back when it originally came out, and, like, the people, the experiences and stuff were fantastic. But I knew a Classic wasn't going to come out. And I think WoW did, you know, even though I didn't play it, it sounded like they did an okay job with it, because it sounded to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, they added some new experiences to it, too. It wasn't just copied and pasted. They added some new things to discover, some new Easter eggs and whatnot. So there was a bit of a new adventure in there at the same time that you didn't get to experience with the original. Yeah. Yeah, and like, Stuna, what you just said there, right? That chart obviously demonstrates that. But we don't even need to look at a chart. We legit experienced it for years in BDO. Where, like, every damn form of content felt like it was capped. And, yeah, people were just completely unmotivated to play. That's part of the reason, too, why I don't like doing, like, classic versions of games. Because I feel like it will taint my memories. Like, the way I remember it is obviously glorifying it way more than it should be. But I like that. I like that I look back on it and it felt like such an amazing experience. I feel like if I were to redo, like, any type of classic content, it would taint that memory. No, if they did a BDO Classic, I would not play it. In fact, if they did a BDO Classic, I might actually quit BDO. Because to me at that point, that is one of the best demonstration of managed decline. Cacao BDO was not good. No, a lot of people misinterpret Cacao's involvement. You got to remember, PA was still the cook in the kitchen. It just Cacao was the server, and the server was complete ass. But a lot of those changes too. You got to remember too, BDO Pearl Abyss was an indie company. So like, if it wasn't for Cacao and all of these, and what was it called, Red Fox and all of these other publishers, we might not have ever got BDO in every other region. Because PA definitely didn't have the capital to do that themselves initially. But yeah, it was clear that all of those publishers, all of these extra middlemen, were just causing issues. Right? It was making the serving thing take so much more time. And yeah, in the case of like Cacao, they were so bad at enforcing the rules of the game. You could legit be streaming yourself in Aukman, watching a speed hacking Zerker teleport from room to room, clearing it with an ability that clearly shouldn't be spammable. And the GMs and CMs would just throw their hands up in the air and be like, oh, what you gonna do? Put in a ticket. Like the GM being able to teleport and see that for themselves wasn't enough evidence that the person was cheating. And I just have so little faith in Cacao with everything they've touched has turned to hot dog shit so far. That company needs to do something to restore their reputation, and it's going to take a lot. Part of me wonders, though, right, is we don't know what the agreement was between NA and, like, Red Fox and NA and Cacao. Sorry, why do I keep saying NA? PA and these publishers. They might have had a really strict publishing agreement that was said, you know what, you're not allowed to ban our players, because even though, you know, you're the one publishing and making money, these are our players, so you can't ban people without our permission. And that might be why a lot of these companies felt like their hands were tied in regards to banning cheaters, right? Unfortunately, we don't know what was in that contract initially, but the amount of negligence that happened, like, I can't imagine that being them being that intentionally negligent. Part of me does want to believe that there was something in the contract that had their hands tied. But obviously we'll never know that because they, I'm sure, have an NDA and aren't allowed to talk about it. I want to do a little bit of math after this. I should move my horse down a bit too. So I already have 4, so I need 36 300 stacks. Let me pull out my calculator. I need 36 300 stacks. I have... I think I said I had 4 in here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then for Advice of Velks, I have 10 more. That brings me to 22 300 stacks. Now I have 7. Let's go to Garmoth. Enhancement tracker. Simulator. See. If I want to go from 250 to 300, it will take me 9 Dark Hungers. So I have 7 of those. 9 times 7. So 63 hungers. And then I have 6 200s. So from 200 it'll take... Uh, 15. So 15 times 6 is 90. So plus 90 on that means I need 112. That now gives me 13 more. Shit, did I add that to the wrong calculator? But
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I was.
no, it's 153 I need. Yeah. And that's 22 take away 7, 13. Means I need 9 more 300 stacks. I can use my 120s. And if I start from 120, I then need 21 of these. 20 times 9 is 180 more hungers. And then I have all my stacks for all my fallen gods, or all my Donna armors up to deck. So 100 and... Wait, where's that calculator at? You guys at 153 plus 180 is 333. I have 158. Means I need 175 more Dark Hungers. Or 700 Devours. I don't want to be left holding the bag. I hate fail stacking with a passion. Hate it. And if there's new and better stuff to be grinding at the time, I would rather be doing that than being forced to go back to Dark Seekers to get stacks. So I am going to get what I need here. Like I said, they're going to be giving us stacks and stuff over time, so I'll end up with a bit more. But we're also going to be getting new enhancements and stuff over time, right? Like we're going to have to enhance our Elkstone or whatever, depending on how they do it. So maybe those new stacks that they eventually give us at balls and stuff like that will, you know, help cover the new stuff that they had. But I do not want to have to go back and grind these things. And I know I'll use them. So I would rather spend the money on this shit now at min than potentially have to spend the money later or incur the opportunity cost later. Although the opportunity cost will I guess there will never really be an opportunity cost until these hit max price, which will take forever to happen. Because there just isn't good enough grind spots yet to push the opportunity cost high enough to force these to max. Yeah, I'm investing for use, not for money. You know what? I'm going to just buy... What's 700 divided by 4? Is that an even... Yeah, 175. Okay, that works. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing it as a monetary investment. I'm doing it as a time investment. Like I said, I don't want to either pay a higher price for these later or have to go and grind there to make my stacks or have to sit there and Velia fail stacking the old-fashioned way. I don't want to have to do any of those things. So this will cover me with all the stacks I need for all my armors up to deck. I will never have to worry about it. I won't have to worry about doing those things. So it's a super safe investment. Okay, let's convert these. Heating, can you use blackstone powder with them? Can you do 10 at a time? Actually, no, not working at all. Oh, I probably gotta do mass heating. Yeah, the investment for silver could end up like tying up the silver for a long time. So I think there's reason to suspect that they'll go up. Very good reason to suspect that they'll go up, but I don't think it's anything really worth stressing about. Oh my god. Wait a minute, the processing clothes look sick! Can you dye them? How much should I spend there anyways? Oh, like 170 bill, that's not bad. That ain't shit to a goon. That's true. But then again, would I be playing a male character if I was concerned about that? Absolutely yes. Look at that fucking... This is the one outfit where it looks like Sage has a fucking dump truck on him. And then you look underneath and you realize it's fake. It's like sticking a sock in the front of your pants to make it look like you're hung. Holy shit, we did that all in one go? That was crazy. Wait a fucking minute. 333? Oh, what a nice looking number. Okay, back to the grind. How are feints doing? There's probably still a bajillion feints. See, these I don't want to buy. Because these are impossible to sell as long as Devours and Hungers exist, right? As long as Devours and Hungers are also sitting on the market min price, people don't buy those feints. So, if there ever did come a situation where I did need to sell Hungers back and just take a minor tax loss, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? I would lose, like, what? 10 bill of what I just bought? Not a big deal. I'm not sweating 10 bill. But those feints, you will never sell back. Holy. As long as that other stuff is min price. You buy one to go from $299 to $300? Aw, shit, I stand corrected. Let's be honest though, if you're using those for 299 to 300, you're still fucking up because you should be using the free ones, the dims. Me, it's more investing though into things not having to do things I don't want to do. If there's new and better grind spots, I don't want to be going. Like, I like this spot way more than Darkseekers. I never want to go back to Darkseekers as long as this spot exists. Darkseekers would have to come a lot higher in terms of silver for me to consider going back there now. I like this spot so much better. So I already don't want to go back. I still have my life skill crystals on, don't I? I just realized this is way slower than it should be. Don't you hit me, don't you hit me. I am not even going to chance that shit. Did they get hit by that lightning bolt? No, they're teleporting to me! Fuck you guys. Fine, I'll go down here. They don't despawn right away anymore. Thank God. Don't you fucking do it! Okay, we good. Coming back. I'll meet you guys back up there. Meet you at the top of the hill. Oh. Imagine how cooked Devours would be right now if they never doubled the amount of Devours, the amount of stacks you got from Devours. That shit would probably be max price right now. And if we didn't get that Night Vendor event, allowing people to just buy straight up 300 stacks, Hungers would be so fucking lucrative. Darkseekers might actually go back. If Darkseekers, I wonder, if Darkseekers hit max price, let me open up Garmoth and do a custom price on those things. I wonder what that place would be if it ever reached max. That'll kind of tell you how high, how lucrative new grind spots have to become before Devours ever reach that price, assuming that the new spots don't also drop Devours. See global grind. Why can't I find Darkseekers? There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to take the averages. and plug it into an hour. What's up, Roskendo? How you doing today? Yep. Catch you later, Nightblade. Let's start chat PvP. Let's do it. Who we chat PvP in? Oh shit. Our landscape is done. So let's grab another one for the merchant ring. Just gonna grab them one at a time. Oh, I gotta grab that too. What's this? Life skilling. Shit. Can't remember how to fill this up again. Like this. Oh yeah, that's right. That's out. So many clicks to load that. Jesus. What's your take on the Devil versus Karazad route? I don't really have a take on it. Obviously, it depends on the market price of essences, depends on the market price of Debos, and I don't feel like having to reevaluate the current prices on both of those to reform my opinion on it. I already have a backup Sakurai piece, yeah. When I was grinding lower Sakurai, I got 2 of those. I do have the ring. I have all those treasure items. I just thought it would be fun to have a second ring. This isn't the costume. This is the new Adonia helmet. This is just how the helmet looks. Imagine one day they make it so merchant rings stack if you get multiples. Imagine how crazy that'd be. There's no such thing as going evasion or DR anymore. You just go DR. The Adana armors have the best of both. And if you're pre-Adana armor, then you don't have the gear to compete as evasion. So just go DR until you get the Adana armors. I honestly wish that they would just get rid of the evasion armors and just make the boss armors also a combination of both. But the whole evasion DR conversation is pointless now, unfortunately. That'd be so broken. If you could stack merchant rings, oh, it would. It would. It would actually make the market completely uncompetitive. Impossible to be competitive against people who had multiple rings. In regards to life skilling, a lot of life skilling is profitable because of the margins, and the merchant ring stretches those margins out a sizable amount, right? So, if you had 2, 3, 4 merchant rings, you could completely price people out of the market, because you could sell at a point that they are losing money selling at, and you're still making money. That too, yeah. Buy stuff at min, sell it back at max, and make a profit. Right now, the difference between min and max is too small that it doesn't overcome the tax. You still lose, right? But yeah, if you stacked merchant rings, you could eventually get to the point where you could do that. And then that would mean hyper rich people can constantly make sure that things are max price. Yeah, I mean, it's been like that with the merchant ring for a long time. The opportunity cost that you incur going for it, the amount of effort and time and grinding and playing you have to do to overcome that opportunity cost is massive. So for most people, they actually will never make back the opportunity cost they spent on the ring. But I think most people don't get the merchant ring because they're worried about the opportunity cost or whatnot. They just like collecting things, right? I should do this. Oh no, I'm stuck in this window! I wouldn't worry about my screen. My monitor is not. There's definitely much better options out there these days. It's okay, but I definitely wouldn't recommend it at this point with the other options that are out there. Just go do your research. My wife and kids are going to be asking me soon what I want for Christmas, and I'm going to be telling them a new monitor. Might end up getting one on Black Friday if there's a good enough sale. Get it as an early Christmas gift. Yeah. Yeah. And we have like a super event-based economy. You can have something that seems like a super safe investment, and then all of a sudden, the week later, they do some event that completely floods that market. Enough so that it'll take you a year before that stuff starts getting depleted from the market again. Any type of investment in video can be very risky. That's why investing in things at min price is the least risk. Because worst case scenario, you have to, take some time selling it back. You only lose the tax. And, that silver is just tied up for a while. So just make sure you never tie up more silver than you're willing to, depart with. Maybe not even depart. Depart's not the right word. Don't tie up more silver than you're comfortable tying up, really. No, we're not talking about making money from an event. We're talking about investing in something, and then all of a sudden the event crashes it further. It either crashes it further, like some random event, like it's completely unpredictable, right? It's them deciding what event they're going to do each week is completely unpredictable. That's what we're referring to. So yeah, you could invest in something, and then all of a sudden, they do an event for it, and it crashes even further. Yeah, and that's not what we're talking about, Cavell. You're having a completely side conversation. Nobody said anything about not investing in something while the event is going on, right, and driving the price down. We're referring to, like I said, items that are currently not part of an event and look like they might go up. And then all of a sudden you invest in it because PA just, who knows what event they're going to do what week. All of a sudden they can crash an item more. So that's kind of the oddball, right? The randomness to this market, because it's not completely free from their manipulation. Like even memfrags right now, right? Memfrags are down big time because of all the blacksmith boxes, right? All the people whaling get way more than enough memfragments than they need. So they dump them into the market in the thousands, the tens of thousands, driving the price down. But, and it's reasonable to deduce that, if they stop selling blacksmith boxes, that those will eventually go back up. But now you're going out on a whim. Like they are obviously making a fortune off those blacksmith boxes. So they don't really have any incentive to stop selling them as long as people are buying them. And you never know, they could end up being like, oh, well, you know what, we want to make more money off these things, so we're going to make them give even more memfrags next time. And then your memfrags crash even further. And that's just based on some decision of somebody behind a desk that you have no way of predicting is going to happen or not. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? And that was the thing with me just buying Devours, right? Is my exit strategy is, and it isn't even so much an exit strategy because I wasn't investing for silver, I was investing for my own stacks. But yeah, if for some reason those things go up crazy, I could sell them, I could make a ton of silver. If they don't and they stay min price, then I have all the stacks I need for all my deck armors. That's my exit strategy. And that's what I look for whenever I consider investing in anything is how much effort, how much silver am I tying up, and how much silver am I gaining? Is it even worth tying up that much silver and potentially missing out on other opportunities? And B, what's the exit strategy if this goes south? What are the losses, worst case scenario? And what's the probability of that happening? Enhancing for profit is always a slippery slope. I think we have enough people in the community that enhance for profit to show that's not the case. It's really just math and averages, and as long as you have enough capital to not get bankrupt on a bad luck streak, it will average out over time. I mean, it's very rare that it'll ever be exact average, but shit will always move towards average as you do it more and more and more and more. So as long as you're just paying attention to the numbers. I don't know if Biohack still plays. He certainly never streams the game. Am I buying horse outfits for when they're chronable? Yeah, I am. Yeah, the margins definitely are nowhere near as big as they used to be. They were making money hand over fist. It's definitely a lot harder for them to make that kind of silver. Once you factor in the opportunity cost, I feel like they're barely making more than actual grinders these days. And I think that's largely because of Devours too, right? People hated fail stacking so fucking much. I mean, it's a combination of things, but I think that was one of the main contributors. And because people hated fail stacking so much, they just didn't want to do it, right? They didn't want to have to sit there and do all the fail stacking that was required and using the exact proportionate stack to optimize your cost versus, you know, success. Your cost per success. So, because people didn't want to do that, it meant that they were willing to pay a premium to have someone else do it. That opportunity cost of all that fail stacking was folded into it, into the cost of the item, right? Where now, you just buy Devours. You buy Devours, pump it up, no fail stack required. People can use the most efficient stack possible. And in a lot of cases, the opportunity cost of fail stacking yourself is similar to the cost of just buying it. Except for like rare situations like we recently had with the Black Star Offhand, where, you know, the Black Star Offhand was a highly sought after item, so it was selling for a lot more than it should. And it created a unique opportunity where it was a win-win situation. You either fail and you get stacks, or when you eventually succeed, you make money to cover those stacks, the cost into those stacks. So it was like, no matter what, you were winning. Like, even when you got unlucky, you were breaking even, but you would walk away with the stacks. Yeah. I actually don't want that. Mode race, I think having spots that drop specific items is a good thing. And if you just start flooding, I think once again, the debos you used in there are the perfect example. It's because they're putting them in so many places, it's crashing the value of them, which hurts the new places that they put them at, and it hurts the old places that are reliant on them for income. What I would like to see them is they add a new fail stacking item that allows you to push past 300 with it, and maybe go up to 500, which would make a lot of sense too within the context of the Fallen God armors, because, you know, at the higher enhancement levels, I'd love to spend a bit more on those stacks. And then this way, when you do that, you have a new item that can have its own value and doesn't crash the value of the old item, right? It keeps Devourers still, you know, in their niche. And then the nice thing is, right, you might say, well, I need to be able to make a 300 stack before I can use something above it. At least if you have that stack item, you could then sell it and then buy the hungers you need to get your 300, right? But like debos are just like this continuous downward trend. I actually don't know how they're not lower than they are now. With how many places drop them? I guess that's probably the biggest thing, right? Is even though they made all the debos drop here, at face value that sounds like so much more supply. But think about all the places people were grinding, right? If they were grinding Orzekia, that dropped a bunch of debos too, so all it did is move them from one debo spot to another, so unless this spot drops them more often, which I think it does. I didn't do enough of Orzekia. Maybe you guys know. But if it drops the same amount, then each player that moved from Orzekia to here isn't contributing more debos. They're contributing the same amount of debos per day, right? Or per hour, on average. Orzekia has more debos? Shit. So then all the people who moved here from Orzekia are actually getting less debos. Cleared the ball. Ours is only belts. I don't think it's only belts. I think it drops earrings too. I don't think it drops necks. I remember dropping at least 2 debos. Here, let me double check. Fuck. What region is that considered? Yeah, belts and earrings. Necks are flooded because of Decky Ash 2 being good. Actually, that's not the main reason. Necks are actually flooded because when people make their deck accessory, they're always going to pick their the neck first. So people coming out of seasons and doing that don't need Nex as much. The demand for Nex is significantly lower. The supply contributes to it a bit, but it's mostly the demand that's significantly lower than the other debos because of that the deck conversion. Yeah, let's take a look at Garmoth. Let's see. Orzekia says approximately. Yeah, it looks like for every 2 Debo belts you get, you should get 3 Debo earrings. Well, Limbos don't drop from any of these places, and they don't also drop from Orzekia. So I feel like the supply of rings is going down. I don't think people really grind Cyclops anymore. I think the only place people really grind that drops Limbos is like Tungrad now, right? Let me take a look. Tungrad and Ash, I guess? You can get Limbos at Ash, right? I can't remember. I don't know if I ever got a Limbo while I was at Ash. Let's see. I have Garmoth up right now. Let's see. Yeah, they have Limbos on the loot table at Ash. Yeah. Do people do much golems anymore? I feel like the amount of people doing golems now, is significantly lower. It's probably people just pursuing the merchant ring. Yeah, I feel like Dolan's is just for the merchant ring, so they'll get Limbos there while they're there. Same thing with Dekia Ash. I don't think you go there over, like, a lot of these spots that they just added. At least over Nymphomari and Orbita. I think it's typically people going to Ash for their Dekia artifacts. And then once they get them, they probably come to Nymphomari, right? Because they are like practically neck and neck in terms of value. But at least with Nymphomari, you're getting crystallized energy of end times, right? Which, you know, everybody needs tons of them right now. So, like, if you're done with your Dekia fragments, why would you go to Ash when you could start working on your end times and make the same amount of silver? Damn, we completed that already? That was fast. Yo, what's up? Good morning, Sort. So, hey, you know what? Maybe the supply of Debos is not going as much as I thought. I'm waiting for them to give a pen Debo. I feel like this Calpheon Ball, it's either they're going to give away a pen Debo or they're going to be giving away a Tet Fallen God. Yeah. The Saturday bosses are the big thing. If we didn't have the Saturday bosses crashing the market on a weekly basis, all the grind spots might actually be significantly better. What's all this fuss about Orbita being nerfed in labs? Oh, I don't know. Free pen Fallen God? That'd be crazy. You know what'd be even funnier about that? Is people would have invested so much silver and stuff into their existing Edonia armors, because by then, you know, most people would have already converted all 4 of their armors and started sticking resources into it, and now that those resources would have been wasted. Yeah, I don't think they do that. I think we see them dramatically reduce the amount of pities for a Pen Fallen God. And maybe even up the enhancement chance a bit. But I can't see them giving one away for free. But I think it will get the Black Star treatment. Although I guess there's a bit of a difference there. Pen Black Star was required in order to move into Sovereign Armors, where Pen Fallen God isn't required to move into Adani Armors. So maybe they never do that. Do you think we'll be getting new accessories soon? I have no idea. I mean, it is an MMO, though, and progression is the name of the game in an MMO, right? So there will be something eventually. It's not a matter of if, it's more of a matter of when. Whether they give us upgrades to existing slots or add new slots. Yeah, new slots are always fun. They even have slots that we already have that aren't really being used for much else, right? Like the backpack slot, the talisman slot. You could start adding like actual gear upgrades to those slots. Yeah, they have to go up, right? If they want to add 5 more castles that require even more gear than the existing 5. They have to add, sorry, not more slots, but more gear, right? Whichever way they decide to go about it. So, it's coming. It's for sure coming. Probably sooner than later. I suspect they'll split Orbita Part 2 into 2 parts as well, and we'll probably get the first part a bit after the Calpheon Ball. And then the second part, they'll probably do the same thing, right? Castles 6, 7, and 8 will be 2A, and then 9 and 10 will be 2B. Back to moving rocks. Good luck at end times. Thank you. We got all of our Han APs done. We just need to... I want at least 1 Han accuracy, 1 Han BSR, and then I'm going to start working on... I'll probably do my PvE Lightstone set. Maybe do some evasion Lightstone sets for fucking around with once I get my boots. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because they already pushed back Crimson Desert, and you know, that had a pretty nasty effect. Assuming that it's related to that, which, you know, it seems that it was. Their market drop due to the Crimson Desert delay was, you know, the exact same time, so it does seem related to that. I doubt that they're going to want to do that again, so I could definitely see all hands on deck trying to get that out. But I think something like that is super important for them to get right. Because when it comes to a game like that, if it comes out like this super buggy piece of shit, people will just not buy it. It'll get bad press from the start, and it'll be dead in the water, and everything they sunk into it will be toast. I think delaying that and incurring a minor, you know, a loss now to make sure that that doesn't happen is, you know, obviously a good decision. Make sure that shit is as polished as you can possibly get it before you ship it out. Because there's some serious shit to compare it to, right? Like, a lot of people are going to be comparing it to, like, Black Myth Wukong. And that game was obviously tremendously successful. And I don't think it needs to be that successful to be considered a W for PA. We'll probably still get Savior in December? Oh, of course we will. That's a no-brainer. You don't need to be Nostradamus to know that that is a 100% certainty. Unless for some reason they decide to release a completely different class and postpone Savior, but we will definitely be getting a new class. That's just the way they do it. 2 new classes every year. There's only been like, I'm pretty sure there's only been 1 year in the history of BDO where there hasn't been at least 2 classes, and there's been some where there was more. Hardcore server with Savior release? Yo, that would be sick. You get to actually learn Savior on the hardcore server? That'd be a lot of fun. I'd definitely make Savior my hardcore character. Yeah. It would be really good marketing for them if they did it right. I want like a family wardrobe too. Like I want like a whole interface. So like it doesn't matter if you have 16 warriors, they can all share the same outfits. And then you could do that with hardcore, right? If you bought outfits on your, you know, your hardcore if you had a whole bunch of outfits on your main warrior and you went and played hardcore warrior, you could still use those outfits on hardcore. That'd be a really good way to get people to swipe on classes that they also don't want to necessarily play on live, but maybe will play on hardcore. Because everybody wants their character to look cool. It's hard to feel badass if your character looks like a dumbass, you know? Honorable Dimtree. Oh my goodness. What do you mean honorable Dimtree? Are you just talking about like actual Dimtree? Like you want to be looking like a bush? Or is there like another Dimtree armor that I don't remember? Do you use the puppet costume? Do you mean the Jester one? I'm pretty confident I have that outfit too. Damn it, it won't let me look in the bag while I'm moving. Okay, no, it's not in that bag. Oh yeah, here it is. You're talking about this, right? The Garnier troop? Oh, yeah. You're referring to like these, but make like a Dimtree version and shit, right? Yeah, yo, please do that with the Geath helmet. I loved the Geath helmet. That shit was sick. The red nose armor was sick too. They should 100% do that. I would totally wear the Geath helmet with this outfit. I remember if you paired the Geath helmet with the red nose armor, I thought that shit always looked so sick. You look like a fucking caveman. Wearing the skull of your enemy on your head. Yeah, they really did, eh? They did match. But nobody wanted to wear Red Nose because Red Nose had HP regen. The HP regen was so inconsequential, you always took the extra HP of Dim Tree, and then you just look like a bush. At one point, everybody in the game had a red nose. Remember when they gave us the first boss box? And it was bugged out and gave every single person in the game a red nose armor? That shit was funny. They ended up having to give everybody a second box, so everybody ended up getting another one. Everybody had a free, basically a free red nose on top of the new box they gave. That shit was funny as hell. That was a perfect example that even though when you're opening a box, that little wheel that spins showing you all the options, that wheel doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Red Nose was min price for years. It was, and people ended up getting banned because people ended up using those Red Nose to transfer silver, right? Once it got to the point where there was like a bunch listed at min, but not enough to really like be impossible to sell your own, people started basically buying them and then reselling them back and forth from accounts for min to max, min to max, min to max, and making money, right? Like they would drive the price up a bit, buy it with the one account, and then drive the price back down, sell it back. And people ended up getting banned for market manipulation with them. Dude, you ever shop on Temu? No, I try to stay away from Temu. The prices, though. The prices are so good, but... yeah. You know a lot of that stuff is probably being made in sweatshops. Otherwise, how else could they afford those prices? Not to mention the copyright infringement that's happening, right? Good local businesses that made these items for the first time and are trying to sell them just get completely squashed in profit because some Chinese company decides to imitate the item and sell it for a fraction of the cost. And then the original company goes bankrupt. Hey, what's up, Orange Grind? Yeah. Yeah, there are some things that are obnoxiously overpriced just because they have a specific brand associated with them. And in that case, fuck you. If you're just upselling me because you feel like you have some clout to do so, fuck you. At that point, you're in it for yourself, you're not in it for the consumer. And I will buy Temu in that sense. Like, just because something has a swoosh on the shirt, you're gonna sell it to me for fucking 3 times the price? Fuck that. At that point, it feels like those companies are just shooting themselves in the foot. They're asking you to just go somewhere else. So I have no sympathy for that. Yeah. Oh my god. My wife and kids went to Giant Tiger the other day, and my wife's like, I got you something. I was like, oh, sick. I wonder what she got me. She came back. She goes, I got you 20 pairs of socks for $10. I was like, fuck yeah, that's 25 cents a sock. Let's go. I don't need some expensive socks that are $3 a pair. Fuck that. They're going to end up with holes in the heels in no time anyways. You seen my Skechers? What's wrong with my Skechers? That's good value there. For sure the socks are made in China? I don't care. Let's be honest. Everything's made in China. And 90%, 99% of the stuff that's made in either America or Canada are assembled here, right? All the individual parts still probably come from China. But they buy the individual parts from China, assemble it here, and then upcharge it. I'm not. I was made in America. Yeah. I prefer ethical Nike socks made in Malaysian sweatshops. Oh, shit. That's the funniest thing you've said all week, Kiki. This is why I keep you around. What parts from Europe? True. True. If you trace everybody's roots back far enough, apparently we're all originally made in Africa. And then you go back even further than that, apparently it was from some star that exploded. So does that mean you can use the word? Oh, you can use whatever word you want. But you're not... That doesn't mean people can't think of you the way they want after you use it. Apparently that was debunked recently? Really? We're all just bacteria on some guy's junk? What? Pretty sure half of Twitch chat is traced back to Neanderthals. I came from my mother. Well, guess who put you in your mother? Your father. So you're already wrong. Do I have any, I do. Oh, I need 5 more. My loot scrolls have actually been depleting recently. They've been kind of getting stingy, haven't they? I might actually have to go back to start using blues soon. I've been grinding like way too much of a degen lately. Or maybe I need to start using my Pit of the Undying seals on loot scrolls instead of Krons. How much of those would you get every week? $10, $12, $12.5 every week? enough for 2 days of grinding every week. Yeah, I might have to go back to doing that. I might start saving my Seals of Undying instead of using them on Krons. At least just hold on to them so if I ever need to make that swap. Because the extra money you make from a yellow loot scroll is definitely more than the value of the Krons. I don't know. I don't know how true that is, Wasted. I'd need to see your source on that. Because I just try to think of that. Like, take a look at how we are as people. In colder climates, I couldn't imagine our earliest ancestors doing very well in climates where, you know, it's getting below 0 in the winter. Because when we're going back far enough, we're obviously predating even the invention of fire and shit like that, right? I really feel like it does make sense that we would come from a much warmer climate. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, maybe the climates were different then. Maybe this was all before a big global cooling was being propagated. Everybody back then was like, "No, it's not getting colder. It's just that's just a conspiracy theory." And people are like, "No, every year it's getting gradually colder and colder." And then the Ice Age finally hit. I'm telling you, we need to really burn more carbon monoxide. We need to lift up these temperatures because it's getting colder and colder every year. I know you think I'm cool, Kiki, but I'm not that cool to call this an Ice Age. Hey, Jacked. Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. But I'm sitting there, I'm playing Path of Exile, watching Choice on my side monitor do some Dosa and RBF, and he's like, "This class is broken, it's so good, oh my god!" And I couldn't help but think to myself, man, all those Awakened Dosas that we're dooming. L-O fucking L. That class still slaps. I wanted to at you, but then I was like, nah, I ain't gonna be one of those guys. I'll just wait for him to come into my stream and do it fucking publicly. Slaps and damage only? Yeah, who would have thought that slapping in the most important way to slap is still a good thing? Like, you piss and moan about catching, but, like, let's be honest, there's so many classes that you don't catch anyways. So being able to just blast them is far better. Why fucking have to worry about catching somebody when you can just kill them standing? You take a look at through the history of BDO, some of the most OP classes were always OP because they could just kill people standing. It had nothing to do with their catches. Bediolytics, I think, is the one you're thinking of, Teretica? Yeah. Oh, I think I just experienced that thing you guys experience sometimes with my stream. I have Goldsteinberg on my side monitor because Biceptimus rated him. And I just had his stream all of a sudden reload. The thing about Awakening Sage is people think it's a lot more protected than it actually is. The problem with its forward guards is because it moves so fast and it's constantly moving so rapidly, it's hard to punish a forward guard when, you know, by the time you see where he is, he's already moving to the next spot. Yeah, remember you guys, range is a form of protection. When you can do stuff from a mile away, outside the reach of other... Just think about, maybe you guys don't have siblings. I don't have siblings. But you see this in TV shows, you'll know immediately what I'm talking about. When you have an older brother, and he has his hand on your forehead, and you're swinging at him and you can't reach him, that's what a fucking ranged ability is. That's a form of protection. So people need to stop pretending like range isn't a form of protection on its own. Give all melee an extra 10% DR? I personally think ranged abilities should not have CCs on them. If you're that far away that your opponent can't hit you, you shouldn't be able to CC them. Or get rid of the protection, one or the other. But when you have both protection and range and damage, like, get that nonsense out of here. You cannot make me feel sympathetic to you because your knockdown that you could land from a mile away gave you ample time that even if you didn't notice initially, you still have more than enough time to still close the gap and capitalize off of it. Now you have a knockback, so you have to be paying attention, and if you aren't paying attention, then you miss the opportunity to capitalize on it. An archer should be the most broken class in BDO right now. It's pretty fucking broken in a lot of ways. You fight a good archer, it's actually a really good 1v1 class right now. Like, fucking Zac is a problem. There's even clips of Cezanne dancing around 3 or 4 people trying to catch him, and he's just fucking bopping them. Archer is definitely not a weak class right now, and it still absolutely decimates in large scale. By no metric could you call Archer a weak class in anything but maybe Solaire. But I think a lot of those changes recently too happened after the recent season of Solaire. I can't remember if it was before or after. But hey, Zac was the first archer ever to get top 100 in Solaire in the world. And it looks like it's just getting better from here. Oh, an archer can permanently kite a Sork. An archer can permanently kite a lot of classes. It dances so well. Yes, people can move fast, but that doesn't change the fact that you still have to move and close the gap before you can do anything. Like, we're not going to pretend like Archer isn't an absolutely obnoxious large-scale class, right? We're not pretending that. Same with Dosa. Still obnoxiously strong large-scale class. There's so many people who are acting like Dosa was going to be dead in large scale. And I know some of you guys were more realistic. I'm not saying all of you guys, but you can't deny there weren't a ton of people who are like, the class is dead! It's like, shut up. Oh my god. Same with Sucksage, and it doesn't have range, but it still dominates large scale. Sucksage is still so good in large scale. How is Sucksage for PV and Adani, though? I think he's okay. I mean, most classes... These places have a pretty harsh limit on them. Like, the difference between somebody going super sweaty and somebody just chilling is pretty marginal. Yeah, Spearbolt, the whipping of the camera. And it's actually better than it used to be, because now it just instantly flips the camera. Before, it was more of like a gradual turn to the camera. Which was super annoying, because if you got any stutter during the turn, then instead of turning the full 180, you would turn some type of, you know, degree in between. But when they made it an instant flip, it actually was a lot better. But yeah, that flipping, a lot of people just aren't a fan of it. Yeah, you're right, Jack. Savior's gonna come out, and then the game will be perfectly balanced. Because if we're all playing the same class, then nobody's OP and nobody's underpowered. We will finally be perfectly balanced. I don't want any more Suck Awakening classes. I think they should do Ascension classes only. We were having a conversation about this earlier. Ascension classes are basically just old school Awakening classes. I think classes that have a Suck and an Awakening counterpart usually one of the two kits ends up being poorly designed because the main hand isn't designed around that kit. Hash being like one of the few exceptions to that. But I think Ascensions are just better classes in general, and I think Ascensions are PA's way of going around admitting that Successions were a mistake. I think they should convert every class that has a Succession and an Awakening to 2 classes. And then like with Nova, yeah, Nova, right? Nova main hand versus its Awakening. Completely ridiculous. So, like, strip those apart. Make, like, your Nova Succession be basically the main hand. Like, have the Succession kits moved into an Ascension tree. Have the main hand stay as it is. And then it's, like, a complete class. It'd be easy. And then the Awakening, just design a new main hand for it, right? That is more coherent with it. Same thing with Awakened Sage, right? There's a bunch of classes you could do that with. Guardians, Awakened Guardian could use a whole new main hand. Striker could definitely benefit from that. Same with Mystic, right? There's so much overlap between those two kits too that it's like, why? People don't like Ascensions? I actually hear more people that like Ascensions than dislike them. There just happens to be less Ascension classes in the game right now. So, I think in general people are obviously going to be more biased towards what they currently play. And there happens to be more of the two. But it does seem like they're adding more and more Ascension classes. As time goes on, I wouldn't be surprised if we reach a point where it's only Ascensions. The thing is, though, Suna, is that could have been just done at the beginning, right? That could have been done to begin with. And they have moved towards that, too, right? Take a look at even Warrior. Like, once upon a time, you had to manage your C-swap. And this is to your point, but also against your point at the same time, depending on how you look at it. But even Warrior, right? You used to have to manage your C-swap to do things like ground smash and charging thrust and go back to Awakening so you could head chase and do your solar flare grab, but you'd still have to swap back to grab, right? They could have done that even without Successions. That's not something that was they only started doing because Successions. And that's part of the reason I fell out of love with Warrior, because I liked that complexity to it, knowing when to swap, because only one way was a forward guard and the other way was unprotected, so if you did it at a bad time, you'd get punished. Scholar's gaining in popularity right now. Scholar's a really strong class, and they keep buffing it. I think it's just one of those class types. I think, like, Tamer, for example, too, right? The only way you would ever have Tamer properly represented within the population, right? Like, let's assume there's 50 different classes in the game, right? In a perfect world, assuming everybody was perfectly evenly spread out amongst every class, then 2% of the population would play each class, right? I think it doesn't matter how strong you made Tamer, you would have to make it so blatantly busted for it to ever reach its 2%, because it's just a class type that most people won't feel cool playing. Most people will never want to play a little girl with a pet dog. It doesn't matter how strong the class is, they just can't feel cool playing that. And people generally want to feel cool playing whatever they play, right? And I think Scholar is partially in that boat. There's not a lot of people out there that want to play a female class with a hammer. Now, a female class with a greatsword, woo! That got people itching and tingling in all different types of spots. I'm pretty confident that Scholar could be worse. Sorry, not Scholar. Savior could be worse than Scholar, but it'll still be more played than Scholar. Because it's just a type of class, a design that more people can get behind. When you remove the pet from that sentence, though, yeah, then you got shy. You give it some giga buffs, too. There are a lot of people out there, though, who really like playing support classes, right? That is a style that some people have. They're like, I don't want to be the main guy. I want to be the guy behind the main guy. There are people who love playing healers in games. And that's about the closest thing you have, right? Even though it's not real. I mean, it's more of a healer than it used to be, but it's definitely not healing like you would experience in other MMOs. Yeah, I promise you though, if you gave Scholar a greatsword instead of that two-handed mace, overnight its population would increase tenfold. I always wonder if maybe one day they'll do what Terra did, right? Where you could actually reskin your weapons. If you weren't a fan of that weapon type, you could actually get a weapon skin that changed your weapon from an axe to a sword, you know? I feel like a lot of people might actually play other classes if they ever added that functionality. Yeah. And I personally like that about BDO, myself. I like the fact that, and I understand this is a personal preference, I'm not saying what the game should be or shouldn't be, but for me, BDO was a breath of fresh air, because it was a step away from the holy trinity of classes and, you know, primary focus on group content. It was something where, you know, if you had 10 minutes, you could sit down and accomplish something. If you had hours, you could sit down and accomplish something. You're not trying to juggle people's schedules and all that shit. There's so many games that are like that. It was, like I said, it was a breath of fresh air for me, BDO being different than the other MMOs in that regard. Make her small and hairy, yeah, turn her into a dwarf. There are people who turn Archer into a female-looking class. And let's be honest, too, you're always only looking at the back of your character, not the front. Other people aren't looking at the front of your character, they're not zooming in. You know, considering there's like nude mods and stuff for game, I'm surprised people haven't made like a dwarf mod for Scholar. Or a necromancer mod for Nova, where it just reskins your character. I'm surprised that isn't a thing that already exists. I don't know. I guess who could have predicted people would put more effort into seeing their character naked instead of seeing their character look like a dwarf? Who could have predicted that? I ain't touching mods for BDO to invest in my character. Oh, 100%. Yeah, anything that could potentially be on the gray area, I don't even bother getting close to. It's not worth the risk. People are more horny than worried about being banned, yeah. Just goes to show a lack of commitment for the dwarf wanters. Maybe you guys need to be more horny about dwarves and you can get something done. Oh, God. I can't believe those words came out of my mouth today. What a day. I'm gonna go make some lunch after this. Yeah, I actually wanted them to do a big mace class. I wanted to see like a Rudum with a giant warhammer. That's what I wanted to see. I thought that would have been sick. Something that towers over even a max height Zerker. And then I want to see a tiny little ranger come up and grab it and slam it on the ground. Completely defying physics. Zerker donkey glitch? I don't know if I've ever seen this Zerker donkey glitch. Yeah, like that. 2 hammers. That'd be kind of sick. Imagine if they introduced 100% combos. Where you could do like... If you and another class did your 100% at the exact same time against an opponent, it would do like some cool combo together. Kind of like a team up, yeah. Like if Awakening Sage and I don't even remember what the Awaken hash 100 is, but the main hand hash, right, with the tornado. Imagine you combine those two together. It was like the electricity tornado. Oh, that'd be fucking sick. Oh, that's right, it is the dash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, Awakened Warriors 100 isn't grave digging. It's solar flare. But you could do like an electrical solar flare. Ooh. Who gets the kill then? Both. Both players get credited with the kill. Why not? Dirker pops his 200. I hit him with a Rift Storm. All of a sudden, he starts throwing lightning bolts, extending the range of his 200 to the render distance of an archer's attacks. Yeah, I'm gonna go make some lunch after this little free phase here. Well, we're not gonna get our next Han today, but we should be able to get it tomorrow. Get the accuracy one. We should be able to knock that out before Siege.
Wethy. You're gay as hell.
Shut up. People are sleeping on Awakened Wusa right now, too. That class is actually pretty strong. I like the style of its abilities, too. That is a class that, if I weren't a loser, I'd consider playing. I hope you're here. You know who I'm talking about. Okay. Time to hit the kitchen. It's kitchen time, chat. Kitchen time. Yeah, that's exactly what it would be like. Basically every other class in the game but Sage. Just a little 20-minute. Oh my goodness, I got a Termian shell. That thing's worth for... Look at how much, holy shit. It looks like they're going to be refunding me the 10 million silver per every one of these too, eh? Ooh. Didn't they say 10 mil in the global lab? I might as well sell it now. Those are all the Limbo Stars I ever got. I never exchanged a single one for Debos. Actually, that might be a lie. I might have done like the first 2 or 3. However many it took until I got my pen rings, I guess. I probably did that. Sorry, chat. Everything after I got my pen Debo rings. Let me see. Trial of Erythia changes. When the Deboreka ring was first released, adventurers could obtain it by entering the Trial of Erythia with Forgotten Limbo seals, which were dropped in certain monster zones. Now, with the game updated all the way to Adania, there are many more ways to get Debo rings. No need to go through a Trial of Erythia anymore. With that in mind, we've decided to streamline the process. Instead of keeping the Trial of Erythia as exclusive content, Forgotten Limbo seals will now grant the Deboreka ring instantly upon use. This change should make acquiring the ring much more convenient for everyone. So the trial is being removed. The UI for entering it is no longer going to be displayed. This will be during the maintenance. Let's see, so if you have the Forgotten Seals, they will be converted to a chest. Unless they're expired, then they'll be deleted. Imagine if you saved all your expired limbos. Although I guess it wouldn't change anything. You probably should have just ran them anyways.
Weffy. You're gay as hell.
No, you. When using the Forgotten Oblivion chests or the Powerless Oblivion chests, you can obtain the following loot. So you get 1 common chest, you get 90 Forgotten Legacies, and 30 Forgotten Legacies. And it's basically just gold bars and rings. And then every Star of Oblivion you own will be converted to 10 million silver. So, that's these. So, yeah, I might as well sell them. Oh, why did I put that in that storage? Oh, shit. That's right. I gotta go into the well and talk to the thing. Maybe I'll do that first, and then I'll go make my lunch. Oh, run and gun that shit. Oh, goddamn. I'm out of stamina. I can't move anymore, right? Right? Oh, that's right. Isn't it Shift Q? I thought it was Shift Q. Oh, that's right. We gotta go in here. Whee! You couldn't have gotten 242 Debo rings? I could have exchanged those for rings. It would have been 24, not 242. But it takes 100 of those. 100 of those seals is worth 1 billion silver. Or I could exchange 100 for a ring, which is definitely not 1 billion silver. So I would have effectively cut my money in less than half and then got taxed on it some more. Nampu? No. Wait. Didn't somebody say there was something to talk to here? Or do I gotta come here on my... Oh, do I have to come here on my Sage? Somebody was saying there was a thing you talk to here. You talk to the waypoint. Oh, is it on the top level? Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, I like watching her go up the stairs. Oh, shit. Almost had to watch her go up the stairs again. That was going to be tragic. Ah, I didn't even see that shit. There we go. And I'm sure that's all I needed, right? I did get that. Yeah, to the original world. Go, 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 go! Escape Abyss 1! Watch it just bug the game and it deleted my character. Please bring me back to Balanos. Yeah. No, you don't have to go into the Magnus to use the Adania well, but you do need to go into the Magnus to access the Adania storage from other storages. And now I should be able to. Boom. Why is that? I thought it was Shift Q. Do I not have an ability? Oh. I can't remember. What's the cooldown on that? Oh, fuck. It's actually kind of short, huh? Okay. I'll be back, chat. I'm gonna go make myself some lunch. Whoop. Yo, I'm back, chat. Oh fuck! Did I forget my phone upstairs? God damn it! There, we're back. Chat. Uh-oh, what are we chatting? Dragor's up to no good. When he's excluding me from the conversation, he's about to fuck shit up. Fuck you. What the hell? Was I wrong, though? I think I need So Frosty to start streaming again. And take all you refugees back. Three-year sub-refugee? Wait, is it that long? Let's see. Oh, shit. It's actually 38 months. What's going on? What's going on, Dragor? What are you addressing chat for? Or were you just telling chat? Fuck you. These are starting to sell a lot more, huh? It was a secret? I thought you were AFK? Oh. Yo, I got a sub anymore. I'm not a peasant. Oh, never mind. Still a peasant. Oh, my dog wants back in. Okay. In one patch, I went from just kind of behind to a complete gear lick. This game sucks. See? PA is the opposite of Dora. Instead of swiper no swiping, they're yelling swiper keep swiping. And swipers, non-swipers start swiping. Guess this is our last week of Orbita, eh? Then we start grinding Caphras. We start grinding frogs. Are they going to be tradable? Did they show an icon for it? I don't know. Let's see, Herald, Kabu's artifact. You can obtain Herald by defeating monsters in Adania and by processing heating existing items together. You can obtain artifacts acquired through improvement cannot be registered on the central market. So once you improve your artifact, you can no longer sell it. I don't see anything that shows if or if not the upgrade itself can be sold. Oh, really? I wonder if you should contact PA or verify that. Because PA has in the terms of service that if you use a third party to refund any purchases, that's actually grounds for a permanent ban. So I would like double check to make sure PayPal's not fucking up. Yeah, you don't want it to be some weird situation where, like, let's say you wanted to buy 2 packs at the exact same time, so you bought them both immediately, and for some reason PayPal thinks it was just a glitch. Yep, exactly. PA delays the alchemy patch. I was taking a look at the original dates they gave us, and it just said September for alchemy. It didn't actually say September 11th. I don't know where I got the impression that it was September 11th. Maybe they posted somewhere else. I don't know where I got that impression from, though. I thought it was in a loading screen? Maybe. I must have got that impression somewhere, but I just don't know where. But when I didn't see the alchemy changes in the global lab notes, I was like, what the fuck? And then like I said, I checked the dates command that I have, and yeah, there was actually, it just said September, it didn't say a specific date.
Have you ever had a dream?
Yo, Larson with the sub! Gonna be a freeloader any longer? Hey, trust me. If you're just lurking, hanging out, you're not a freeloader because I'm getting that ad revenue. So don't any of you lurkers ever feel like you're freeloading. The vast majority of my money from Twitch is through ad revenue, so. Just you guys being here means the world to me. As much as a ignorant, arrogant, crotchety old man I could be, I appreciate you guys, even when it seems like I don't. Okay, we'll actually lower the cost of that. And I'm going to bring the cooldown to a minute. Actually, maybe I'll bring it down even shorter. I'll bring it down to 1,000 points. Actually, you know what? I'll make it easier to find because that's more time critical. I'll put it 999 points, so it's right there with Texas Speech. Prove it. Thank us all individually, starting with me. No, I don't think I will. Does the apology even matter if it's forced? I feel like you're twisting my arm now. In fact, I think you should apologize to me to counter it out. Or wait. Thank, not apologize. By the way, you guys, I got the You Died redeem working yesterday. I took some time off stream and I realized where I was fucking up. Only person you feel sorry for is my wife. You and me both. Oh, I never did do the do not redeem. No, I forgot about that. I'm just trying to think, like, it's a funny thing, but I don't know, like, a relevant situation that it'll really be used very often. And I want to try to avoid having too much clutter for redeems. I wish Twitch would allow me to put, like, all the redeems into different, like, folders. So I could put like the sound effects in a folder and have like the more commonly used ones more available, like more accessible. But the more redeems I add, it's just you gotta start scrolling more and more and more, and the only way to really sort them is by price. I failed Duo, so I won't be able to do Karshan next week. I'll have to wait one more week. And as long as I don't fail both Pry attempts, then I'll be able to do Karshan the week after. And then I'll need 12 more DP to be able to do Kafras. Which will take, at bare minimum, 3 weeks after that, assuming I hit every enhancement, which is obviously extremely unlikely. So it'll probably end up being more like 4 or 5 weeks before I can do Kafras. You believe in me? Wait, believe in me failing? Yeah, they're making Orbita more accessible, which makes sense. I mean, they're adding 2 more, like, high-end spots. Oh, chat. You better make sure you don't stop thinking about tomorrow. How's my day going? Fantastic now that you're here to call me cutie. I feel like I need to change my DP self buff to something else. As much as I like it on Judgment for PvP, I don't like having to do Judgment in PvE to keep it up. I feel like I need to move it to something else. Swap it with something else. Maybe swap it with Enlighten Bolt. But I don't want to have to keep the accuracy up with Judgment too in PvP. Although in PvP, I guess that's not a big deal, and in PvE it doesn't matter. Maybe that'd be fine. Maybe I move the accuracy somewhere else. Maybe... I mean... Oh, maybe I swap the upsurge attack speed. Oh, that makes sense. Because Spear Bolt Aftershock typically keeps the attack speed up all the time anyways. So I could have that redundancy on Judgment instead. Move the DP Shred to... Sorry, the DP Self buff on Lightning Bolt, which I'm constantly doing. And then move the accuracy to Upsurge. Or maybe the other way around. Yeah, maybe I just swap Upsurge attack speed with damage reduction. I was growing my beard. I mean, I'm always shaving it. I don't like my beard getting super long. It's actually just about time for another trim. It's like an okay length, but a bit longer. Like this is about as long as I like it to be. So, just as it gets longer and longer, it just feels like more effort I have to put into it. Because a long beard that's not properly maintained just looks rough. Oh, ouch. Landed right behind me. Little rat. Oh, it was nighttime? Goddamn. This build makes it so much more comfy for nighttime. Holy. Okay, let's yeah, fix that. You just got your 16th storage made? Yo! Wait, why are you thanking me? Is that like a drop thing or something? Are they giving away maids for drops? Wait, why is there so much... Am I on remastered? No. I don't know why, it looks like there's lots of, what do they call that? Flares? Glows? Whatever. Drop 80 gives 1. Oh. Oh, these seal things. Yeah, I forgot I have these. I have 433 of these bitches. Can you get loot scrolls through these? Yo, what? That's 100 loot scrolls. That's right, I could buy loot scrolls with these too, eh? Oh wait, these are only a weekly exchange? Shit, I gotta remember to buy these. Another thing I gotta try to remember to buy every week. These bastards. Should have to get loot scrolls from these bastards too. Can I get loot scrolls from here? Yeah. Ooh. Is that 300 loot scrolls? What? Oh my god, that is 300 loot scrolls. Never mind. It's actually impossible to run out of loot scrolls. Holy fuck. I just found 400 loot scrolls just sitting there in my vault. Loyalty weeklies. Did I get those yet? Shit, I might not have grabbed those yet. No, I did not. Order things, yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to come back here. What the fuck did I come back here for? They should just remove loot scroll and make it default drops. You would think so, alright? It does make sense. Ooh. Ooh, preppy glasses? I think I have those already, don't I? Yeah, I do. Get some ferns. Oh, there's some more loot scrolls. Oh, there's some more loot scrolls right there. Yoink. Some crow coins. See, I don't think that they should make loot scrolls sellable on the market, because the thing is the whole purpose of loot scrolls is to increase your silver per hour, so the value of the loot scroll would have to be, in order to be properly compensated for the amount that you get from it, it would have to sell for more than the equivalent loot per hour that you're gaining is from it, right? I think what they should do is just add more uses for loot scroll. I think the main reason why a ton of people don't have, or have way too many loot scrolls, is there's like nothing you could do with them life skill related. It's all garbage, right? So like imagine if you could pop a loot scroll and it would apply to your fishing. If you could like fill up like a fishing agris with a loot scroll. So this way overnight you could collect a bit more fish. Or if you could use a loot scroll while gathering, because gathering makes sense. That'd be easy. Maybe you could use a loot scroll while doing some type of like cooking and alchemy, right? To improve your efficiency with those. I think the biggest problem is there's just not enough things for, unless you're grinding, to use loot scrolls on. Add more loot scroll level, yeah, that too. I don't know about that. Yeah, but the mastery scrolls are so garbage. They're so garbage. Especially now, too. Like, it's so easy to hit 2000 mastery, and the benefit of mastery after that diminishes so rapidly. Yeah, repelling Agros with it, too? Yeah, maybe that. Okay, let's go to the BA. My credit card shows all of my purchases on a specific day getting automatically refunded. Yeah, I would definitely open up a ticket with PA and start trying to explain to them, my PayPal is doing this right now, and I know it's wrong. I just want you guys to know that I'm trying to work through it. And contact PA, don't ban me. Because, yeah, it is in the terms of service that if you use a third party to refund purchases, i.e. PayPal, that it is a permanently bannable offense. But get a jump on that. Don't try to do it after the fact, because people who do it after the fact, like anybody who gets permanently banned because they refund it, they might after the fact be like, oh yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Ha ha ha, it was just a prank, bro. Right? But if you get ahead of it, then I think PA will be more understanding. Um, Oh, interesting, Pete. Yeah, that might be more than one person getting that. Well, obviously it's more than one person if you're both getting it. But that could be a huge problem for PA, because we were just having a conversation that PA has a strict rule in the terms of service that if you use a third party to issue refunds, that they will drop the ban hammer on you, because you're effectively just trying to, steal your money back from them. And if this is happening automatically by PayPal across everybody who's been swiping on BDO, PA is going to have a big issue, because what do you do at that point? Do you ban them? You got to now fight with them to get their money back. Yeah, let's see. What was I going to do again? I think I was going to leave that. They're not extractable yet, are they? I don't think they did that yet. They're going to, though. Out of curiosity, Pete and Kanjara, what state do you guys live in? Do you guys both live? Well, I know Kanjara lives in the U.S., but what about you? I'm curious if maybe this is also happening, like, if this is just a North American issue, if this is also happening to people in EU. Okay, so you are both in the U.S. The hell? Holy man, when I hit repeat all, Jesus. That's what I was saying, Kanjara. Is if you make multiple of the exact same purchase in a short period of time, it might be thinking that it's a double charge. Although, it should be able to detect that it isn't, because it should be a different transaction number, right? And it should be checking if the transaction number is different. Because if it's a double charge, then it would be the same transaction number. But if it's two different charges for the same amount, then it would be two different transaction numbers. You would think. Do you know? I know it says, you said it says pending. Did anything actually get refunded for you, Kinjara, or does it all just say pending? They just say pending right now? Okay. Oh, look at that. We have like almost 900 DR. We're almost a suck warrior. We're almost a full damage suck warrior worth of DR. Actually, wait. No, I had calc and all that on my warrior too. We closed the gap pretty well though. Oh, I really like it. I really like it, Dania. No issues, Caster. I'm not on remastered though. I'm just playing on medium. This spot is really funny. Watch this. So like right now, especially once we get to the next phase, like my FPS is getting lower, and that's because each of these statues have an effect around them. Watch, as soon as I finish, as soon as I kill the Titan and everything clears up, my FPS skyrockets back up. Yo, what's up, Binks? Oh, I just realized the overclock on my GPU is gone right now, too. Up the clock. And up the memory. Boom. I don't know, Clone, and I don't keep... The thing is about Debos and Dons and all that stuff is the prices are always fluctuating. And I just can't be bothered to constantly, you know, be analyzing what's up and what's down and what the most efficient route is to do. And yeah, by the way, Caster, no Awaken nerfs yesterday or today. Don't you think I didn't see your messages? And there won't be any tomorrow either. To be fair, you probably bought everything when it was most expensive. Yeah, when it comes to like demos and stuff like that, right? I'm always kind of on the bleeding edge, and whenever you're, you know, trying to be ahead of the pack, you're gonna pay a premium for it. Awaken Ninja PvE buffs, but they keep buffing Suck PvE despite her already being S tier. Yeah, I don't know how good of a grinder Awaken is. Yeah, you type ! workshop. Yeah. Whenever people say that their class is bad at grinding, though, I have a hard time believing it because of... And it doesn't mean it's not true, but the community has proven time and time again that they'll even call average grinders bad. They'll only call a class a good grinder if it's actually the best grinder. And because of that, it just, whenever that conversation comes up, it feels so hard to just take what people are saying at face value. I know Awaken Ninja is definitely a high effort grinder. Fight someone on board? How about I fight you, Dragor? And that's the thing is, I'm pretty sure Awakened Zerker actually is a good grinder, but it is another one of those break your fingers grinders. And because of that, people will call it bad. One thing you'll find in common is the speed at which a class grinds usually doesn't determine how many people grind on it. It's how comfortable a class grinds. It has to be comfy and strong. Those are always the most popular grinders. Yeah. Duxerk is lazy, but I don't think he's that great, right? I think he's just an average grinder. But yeah, I remember back in the day, you could just spin. You do your, like, Rabomb spin, you do your normal spin, then you do your Rabomb spin again, or maybe I got that backwards. I know you could just do so much spinning. Oh. Another 10,000 of the paint done. Traveling the ocean. Oh my god. Probably never. That sounds miserable. I hate it even during sea monster hunting. I did the bare minimum of it. Do I own a ship? I still have a frigate. That's it. Fun fact, I have the very first frigate that was ever sold on the NA market. I managed to buy it because nobody was paying attention. I saw it get listed. So I ended up putting up an order and I got it. I have 2 Carracks. Oh, you do. Yeah, gotcha. I was like, what the hell are you doing telling me what I have? What the hell? I don't even do Vel myself, even though I have a character parked out there on my frigate. Are we supposed to have Blue Battlefield by now? Do we have Blue Battlefield or no? I don't think we do we? I believe that's one thing they skipped over on the timeline. On the dates. That Sage, shut up. Oh my god, get over it. You cannot convince me Awakened Sage still needs to be nerfed. If it's not outperforming anybody and anywhere in the game, you can't convince me it needs to be nerfed. We can have a conversation on how it could be adjusted. But if it's not outperforming other classes in any area of the game, then the only reason to be upset about it is the fact that it does better than average everywhere in the game. And then that's a problem. That's a problem that stems from jealousy, because your class probably has areas of the game where it feels like shit. And I would argue that you're better off putting attention on that, because that's obviously something that is much more critical to be addressed. Sounds like we need to nerf Ranger. True. Rangers are popping off in large scale. You don't like his face? What the hell? That's why I keep my face covered. Look at that. And nerf Suck Wizard. Yes. See, now we're talking. Now we can have a conversation. Did I see this tier list? I typically don't look at tier lists. I don't really care so much about them. I haven't seen a tier list that I ever agreed with. I feel like all of them are always missing context and or are full of bias. Tier lists, in my mind, are something that are perfect for making content. You make a tier list, it's controversial because no matter what, you're never making everybody happy and you're never 100% on the button. You're missing things. There's bias influencing it, but it ends up being like good content because it creates discussion and people battling with each other. It's Korean, so you're not missing anything but misinformation. Okay, perfect. Now that's the kind of tier list I could look at. Triple S. Look at that. Awakened Sage, not triple S. Awakened Sage, not double S. Oh, Awakened Sage is only S. That's halfway down the list. We'll go over this tier list in a second. Yeah. If you adjust all those, right? A, B, C, D, E, F. That means Sage is a D tier class. Awakened Sage is D tier. And Awakened Ninja and Awakened Giant are F. They failed. Yeah. Oh, Larson. Oh, don't even get me started on painting. Don't even get me started on painting. I hate painting with a passion, and it's always the same thing. Hey, hon, can you come do this spot for me? I can't reach it. I told you I didn't want to fucking paint. Jesus fucking Christ. Why did you listen to her? Oh, you don't have a choice. Oh shit, I missed the tower. I was too busy yapping. Have you ever tried not listening to your wife or girlfriend? That ends up much worse. It's way easier to just do something you don't want to do than it is to listen to them being mad about you not doing it. Yeah, I personally think Taoist is a cooler name than Dosa, to be honest. Need a gladiator class? A gladiator class would be cool. Some proper dual wielder. We don't have a rogue class? Like, what do you fucking think Ninja and Kuno are? What did you just type? What do you mean we don't have a rogue class? We have tons of roguelike classes. A Terminator class? Oh my goodness. Which Terminator, though? My first main was Warrior. I played Warrior for 4 years, 5 years. I played Guardian for a year, and then I played Sage ever since it came out. Shut up. I swear to God. I'm gonna pick you up like a bowling ball and roll you right out the goddamn door. I swear to God. And don't even ask where the fingers are going. Okay. Take a look at this chat. Let's take a look at this. What a tier list. Oh, fuck. Can I undo that? Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Right. Look at this tier list. So, one thing I would like to point out here. That list is shit? No, it isn't. Are you kidding me? This list makes a lot of sense. So... One second. Okay. Let's correct this list. We're going to do a quick little correction. Right? So... Wait, what? Oh, there we go. Right? So, we gotta fix this. Right? There's no reason to have S, 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 S. What is that fucking nonsense? Nonsense. Get that shit out of here. What we do need, though, is to do this properly. Right? So we have our A classes, B, C, D, E, and F. Which therefore means that Awakening Sage is just a C tier class. Just C tier. That's damn near in the middle. This is the middle right here. That means we're perfectly balanced. That means these guys need nerfs. And these guys need buffs. That's it. That's it. That's all we need. And then it's perfect. These guys, balanced. Balanced. Straight from KR, chat. Straight from KR. Want to see what happens when I make the image disappear? Boom! And boom. You're not wrong, but I'm not agreeing with you either. That's fair. This is the internet. We double down when we're wrong. Every single tier list is personal view. Every single one of them. Tier lists are exclusively designed to create content for the person making them. To stir up discussion and debate, to piss people off, to make people happy. That is the primary purpose of every single tier list. Whether the person who's making it decides to acknowledge that or not. And as soon as you view every tier list that way, you'll no longer get upset by a tier list anymore ever again. Awakening Zerk, C tier. Right beside Suck Sage. It's funny because there's obviously some serious context missing there. Awaken Ninja, insane 1v1 class. Suck Sage, and that's the thing that's tough, right? You have Awakening Ninja at C tier, which is an insane 1v1 class. You have Suck Sage, which is an insane large-scale class. Like, maybe this is a PvE tier list? It must be PvE. Because maybe you would put those classes at the bottom, but I'm pretty sure Awaken Zerk is just a high-effort class. I don't think it's a bottom-tier grinder in terms of speed. I think it just requires a lot of effort. So it's like, what is the context of that tier list? What environment are we talking about? I guess it is. Actually, it says at the top, the list of hunting grounds in the second half, the hunting grounds are blah, 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 blah. So, assuming he's saying hunting grounds, this must be a PvE tier list. I mean, I heard Wizards, Suck Wizards, kind of crazy for grinding right now. I've heard Mystic Awakening is crazy for grinding. Both Mystics. We know Witches. Suck Ninja. I mean, I think all of those at Triple S aren't actually, like, I think they are all really good grinders, aren't they? So maybe that makes sense. The thing that throws me off is it has Awakening Dosa at just an A tier, so the bottom half. And I know, in my heart of hearts, there is no world where Choice is grinding in a bottom 50% class. There is no world where that ever happens. What if he's different? He isn't different, because I know he doesn't do that. He says on stream all the time. Yeah. No, he definitely likes it for the comfort. Dosa brings comfort, for sure. But, I mean, if Dosa, Awakened Dosa, is the bottom 50%, which that tier list suggests, you can't tell me of all those classes above it, there isn't one that's equally as comfy. Like Mystic, for example. I'm sure Awakened Mystic is equally as comfy and a better grinder then, right? Although he doesn't... No, he still plays female classes occasionally. Never mind, we've already had this conversation. Awakened Drac, double S tier? See, I don't even know if that's true. Suck Striker? Have you taken Suck Striker out here, Divios? Thank God the spots drop end times. The new spots? Yeah. Could you imagine how funny that would have been if they didn't? Awakened Drac, Suck Striker, and Awakened Kuno are crazy since the last patch. Yeah, Suck Warrior too. Where does he have Suck Warrior there? A tier? Like, Suck Warrior, that double Scars of Dusk is crazy. It does the same damage as a Lightning Prison in half the time, and you can do them 2 times every 9 seconds. It's just a little bit more difficult positioning for back attacks. That's the thing about the second Scars of Dusk, is you can't get back attacks on it because the mobs have to hit you to trigger it. That's probably why they gave that second one 15% more damage too, because they recognize that if you have to trigger it by blocking, then you're obviously not getting back attacks with it. So they gave it 15% more damage to offset that. Yeah, moving my DP buff to Upsurge was such a smart move. Has basically 100% uptime now. Yeah. The 1950 monster attack sounds crazy, but it really isn't, because we're going to be getting the Han crystals, right? Which is going to give 15 more. You're getting the artifact crystals, which is giving more. Most people still haven't finished upgrading like their various crystals as well, like their other Hans, which is giving more. It also adds more value to the Adania Lightstone setup, right? Our lava frogs? I know, right? When I saw the frogs, I was like, are you kidding me? Frogs? Seriously? I added plus DP. My plus DP buff was on Judgment, and I just didn't feel good about having to cast Judgment to keep it up. And plus DP helps a lot in terms of PvE comfort. $900 DR is crazy, because I'm like fully optimized for DR right now. Like, aside from the Han Adania crystal, which will give me 5 more DR, I legit can't get more DR other than enhancing my armors more. And even then, that's like 1 DR per enhancement level. And I'm only at 860 DR. It's 800? If it's 800, that makes more sense. If it's 900, that's like only DR classes can hit that shit. $800 makes more sense, because then, like, even me, I'm above that, right? Because you gotta remember, I have a minus 30 DR debuff right now from this. So I'm actually at 868. But I have this lightstone set up already. I got lucky when I was, I had a whole bunch of lightstones I've been saving for frickin' ever. And I opened them up, and I ended up actually getting, I need to actually rename this to Twisted. Right? But these, I actually have all the Adania ones. So this might be worth upgrading and empowering or amplifying this lightstone setup. And then upgrade these artifacts, because that allows you to maintain DP over all-out attack, but gain a ton of monster damage. And if I got a ton of monster damage from here, then that allows me to run more defense in here. Shit, did I not save that name change? No, I didn't. So I might actually upgrade that lightstone set first. I actually need to tinker around with my my AP and what I want to run defense-wise, because I don't want to have to sweat it and be constantly worried about dying. I want to be able to squeeze a bunch of defense in there. Because, like, I've squeezed in so much defense here now, it's actually super comfy. The fuck, John? What did John do? What did I miss? Something missing from my chat window? Oh, a 555 stream streak. God damn. Yeah, you guys were neck and neck. How did that happen, Kinjara? You've been
Limbo
slacking.
seal is fucking nuts. Especially with the shit about to get neutered next week. Got 4 in 1 tap that bitch straight to try. Buying Kaffers as we speak. Sovereign offhand is finally within reach. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, let's fucking go. Hey, Etsu, are you still here? Oh, by the way, I finished the Righteous Gemstones last night. Kind of sad that that series is over. I was really enjoying it, especially by the 4th season. That show was really growing on me. I think it's time to start catching up with Dexter, the new season of Dexter. That's probably what we'll start now. Really? Was it good? Okay, hell yeah. New Blood. Oh no, is that a movie or is that a long series? What is New Blood? I definitely haven't seen that. I don't know if my wife has. Thank you for the ad marathon. Hey, thank you for swinging through it. Oh, that's another thing I want to start watching too, is the new Alien Earth. Might be hard to get my wife to watch that though. She doesn't like scary movies. Why did I randomly get a loving gift from Armin? Better save it. Thunderbolt. I never heard of Thunderbolt. It was hard to watch? Ooh, I like it. I better have got one. Yo, what the fuck, Armin? What the hell? Here he is the other day talking about how he's so happy that he and I are guildies again. And I don't even get a loving gift. That fucking bitch lied to me. Ooh, I want to watch the new Naked Gun. Maybe I'll save that for Thanksgiving. Maybe when the family comes over on Thanksgiving, I'll have that rolling on the TV. How did Liam Neeson do with it? He seemed like he was fitting into the part pretty well based off of the trailers and shit. He did it justice? Oh, hell yeah. Ooh, Bond, let's go. Who was the other guy's name? Leslie Nielsen? Leslie Nielsen? I could never fucking remember. Leslie something. He's obviously the GOAT. Was the GOAT, but I feel like Liam Neeson is a good fit. I know, right? The fact that their names are so similar is throwing me off. I wonder if that was part of the thing that made them think, wait a minute, what about Liam Neeson? Oh, there's definitely going to be new gear for sure, eventually, right? I mean, there has to be. If there's going to be castles 6 through 10, they have to add more gear for that. So, but that's just every MMO, right? The whole thing that separates MMOs from other types of games is the fact that you have this ongoing progression. And as soon as MMOs stop adding progression is basically the day MMOs start dying. So they'll definitely add a new slots for everything at some point. It's not a matter of if, more of a matter of when. And it definitely seems like it's going to come sooner than later. No, definitely not difficult to learn. It's both. You can do low APM Awakened Sage and have a very comfy grind, but you're not going to have like really good speed. It definitely won't be that S tier speed that everybody's saying Awakened Sage has. But if you're willing to put in a bunch of effort, it can be on the higher end. Obviously not up there with Awakened Ninja, but, you know, definitely closer to the top than bottom if you really want to pull good trash. You don't have hands or feet, should be plenty. Yeah, you just use your tongue and just start licking your spacebar. Ooh, my lightning surge almost put my back to this bastard. Where the mobs at? Fuck. That was lame. Wasn't focusing enough back attacks on that golem. Towers kill the mobs, they just don't kill the golem. My top 5 classes right now in game are Sage, 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 and Sage. Because I prefer only to play on what I enjoy. I don't care about speed. Obviously, there's a lower threshold to that. Like if my class was 10% the speed of everyone else, then I'd be really sad and be forced to grind on something else. But I've grinded on classes even when they were half as fast as everyone else. And these days, I don't even know if there are classes that are half the speed of the average. PvE balance is probably the closest it's ever been, with just a couple of outliers. The main difference between classes now isn't actually speed, it's comfort and effort. What's the wife cooked up for lunch today? Oh, my wife isn't home today. I only have her to make lunch on Mondays. Mobility isn't even a factor anymore. Almost none of the spots these days require mobility. Damn near everything's a tower spot these days. Even Darkseekers, right? Sure, you have to move between the 3 packs, but they're all close enough to each other that that's not even a big deal. I'll be honest, if I wasn't on this low-carb diet, I was super tempted. My wife, one of her clients brought her a couple really nice big beefsteak tomatoes from her garden, because she apparently has way too many tomatoes. And I shit you not, This tomato is... I'm trying to think of a fruit to compare it to. Like, it is massive. It is about the size, like, if you slice it, it's going to be about big enough. One slice will be enough to cover the whole slice of bread. It's so big. So, I was half tempted to just put that shit on some toast with some cheese, put a little pepper on the tomato, and just eat that shit for lunch. But I'm trying to keep my carb intake down. Wrap it in bacon. Ooh, some bacon on there would be fantastic too. Not easy? No. No, trying to stay around 50 carbs a day is... It's a bit of a battle. It wasn't nearly as much of a battle as doing keto, though, which you're trying to stay under 15. 50 carbs gives you a little bit of leeway with some small things here and there. Yeah, BLT, fucking classic. Yo, wait a minute. Oh, goddamn, you're making it so hard for me. Maybe I use the tomato as the bread and put bacon in between. The tomato's big enough, why the fuck not? Put some lettuce and tomato. Actually, yo, wait, I could use the lettuce. I could use some romaine lettuce. Use that as like the top and the bottom bun. Put a slice of tomato and some bacon in between. Oh my god, that sounds so fucking good! I know what I'm having for lunch tomorrow! Bell pepper. I love peppers. I love peppers. It's called a lettuce wrap, you heathen. Yeah, it's what you sound like in my head right now. And yeah, I love wrapping shit in lettuce. I like romaine specifically because you don't actually wrap it like you would with an iceberg lettuce. You eat that shit like a taco. You sounded just like me. Oh, shit. Do I like horseradish? I do. I do. I don't keep it in the house very much, though, because the family does give zero fucks about it. You know what I really like, actually, that I haven't grabbed in a while that I should grab? Is some horseradish mustard. Oh, that shit is so good. You can add an omelet in the mid? Yeah, I could definitely do that, too. Look at that leg. Look at that leg, chat. Oh my god, it's so stinky. It's such a stinky leg. A little wasabi in your BLT mayo is killer? Oh, for sure. Thing is, though, it's... most people don't realize they probably never had real wasabi. Damn near everywhere you go has imitation wasabi, which is basically just dyed horseradish. But I still love it. It's so fucking good. Yeah. Hey, if I keep up the way I've been going over the last 3 months, I should easily hit my goal long before summer rolls around next year. I'm 3 months in and down 20 pounds, and my goal was to drop 30 in total, so I only really have like another 10 to go. And I have like 9 months before summer rears its head back around here in Canada. Yeah, my goal is 180, and then I'm going to just maintain at that point. It'll be like a pendulum. I'll start weaving more carbs and stuff back in, treating myself. I'll probably go back up a little bit, and then I'll dial it back down, drop a bit, and then slowly kind of go back and forth until I find like a nice, happy medium. I'm 6 feet tall, so I feel like 180 is good. It's a good weight. Probably would be considered maybe a little on the slimmer side, but I'd rather be a bit slimmer. Yeah. Diet is everything, man. Diet is everything. I mean, it's not everything, but it's... if you actually take a look at like how much time you have to spend on a treadmill just to offset that one donut you eat, you realize that trying to burn off calories through physical exercise is a fool's errand. Now, physical activity is great for improving your cardiovascular health, right? And building muscle and any of that shit, right? But it definitely should not be your primary source of weight loss. Managing your diet is going to be the end game for that. But obviously both are fantastic. You know, you obviously should be working on your cardiovascular health as well as trying to drop weight. So that's not saying never get on a treadmill and never do physical activity. There's a reason why walking is, you know, considered one of the best workouts you could do. Like, just if you have a dog, like legit, just take them for like a 30-minute walk twice a day. Yeah. I live on a hill, so it's no matter which way I walk, I have to walk uphill to get home. So the end of the walk is always more physical. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, paying attention to your diet doesn't mean eating less. In a lot of cases, you could eat more if you're just eating differently, right? There can be an absolutely massive caloric difference between eating like a pound of one thing versus eating like a quarter of a pound of another thing. Oh, fuck. Thought I died for a second. Yeah. And it's approximately 3,500 calories a week. I'll lose you a pound a week. So you separate that down amongst the days, that's 500 calories a day. That dropping 500 calories a day could be something as simple as, like, instead of having your 2 sodas, just having 2 glasses of water instead. Sugary soft drinks are the worst. Even fruit juices too, right? Fruit juices obviously will have some more vitamins and stuff in it than a can of Coke, but they still have a fuckload of sugar. Ignored it. How did I know? I knew some shit like that was coming. God damn it. That and sauces? Yeah. You can get some nice, pretty low calorie, like, salad dressings and stuff, too, that are more, like, vinegar-based and shit. There's a lot of good hot sauces out there, too, that'll actually, are super low calorie. I love hot sauces. It doesn't matter how hot it is, I can tolerate it going in. Coming out, different story. I'm kind of a bitch. That must be the sage half. I'm a warrior up top, a sage down below. Shit. Yeah, oh, perfect. Perfect right there. So good. I'd also sprinkle a touch of black pepper in there, but I'm a sucker for black pepper. I could put black pepper on ice cream. I've never done it, but now that I've thought of it, I might try it next time. Damn, we don't have much more time yet, chat. I have like 2 more cycles and then I gotta go. Tried fried ice cream? Nah. I'm actually not crazy about ice cream. I'm a sucker for chocolate and peanut butter, so if I'm ever somewhere and they have like chocolate peanut butter ice cream, I find that hard to resist. Put that shit in a waffle cone too? Oh my goodness. Holy carbs on carbs on carbs on carbs, but they're so good. Cottage weight and frozen blueberries? Ooh. I have never thought of mixing blueberries with cottage cheese. I love both those things. You're making it hard for yourself? No, I don't beat myself up about it. Like I said, when I took the kids to a falls near me, and there was this nice little ice cream, not an ice cream shack would probably be more accurate, set up on the drive home. So we stopped by there, and I got myself a little thing. I didn't beat myself up about it, right? You gotta live, you gotta have fun. You don't have to do this stuff all the time, just do it most of the time, right? You don't want to feel a prisoner to your diet. Just get a smaller portion. Don't ask for the whole bucket, you know? Yeah, what's the funniest thing you find about it? You making fun of us? You laughing with us or against us right now? Does it matter what class we pick for the Academy event? I don't even know anything about that event. What do you mean class? I know you get like those little books and stuff where you do stuff. Only he knows the true secret to weight loss, but you have to subscribe to his fitness plan to find out what it is. How many times have we heard that, right? Oh, I love it. Yeah, people will say a lot of absurd stuff. It's true. I think we were 100% based, though. You know what I just realized? We have a genius in chat, and we have a jacked genius. But do we have just a jack? And if we have jack and genius have an offspring, does that make jack genius? Why am I farming with a level 1? Because I accidentally turned it on and nobody told me to turn it to level 2. Thank you, you saved me. These other guys have been scamming me. They've been giggling away watching me grind with a level 1. I think people conflate a lot of different things together, right? They're not experts in the matter. They've heard a bit of this, a bit of that. There's some overlap with how the things affect you, but in potentially different ways. But then because they're not an expert on it, they conflate the things together. And, you know, when it comes time for them to have a conversation about it, they jumble shit up together, right? Yeah. But in the regards to his insulin comment, right, is I could see how people would confuse him because insulin is your body's way of dealing with carbs, and high carb items typically, like in grocery stores and stuff, are going to be your high sugar items, and high sugar items are obviously going to have high calories as well, right? So you got like this chain of things that are all related to each other, but affect your body in different ways, and people will conflate them together. Oops. Yeah, I have my own steroid I have here at home. It's my wife, and it only works on one of my muscles. The smallest muscle? Shut up! It's not small! The hell? You're walking on thin ice now, Caster. It's one thing to be yapping about my sage. It's a completely different thing to be yapping about my thick sausage. How do you guys feel about, like, stevia, by the way? Right, that substitute for sugar that apparently has, like, no calories and all that shit. I feel like it's come a long way in taste. At first it used to taste like ass. But, like, comparing it to, like, here in Canada, I don't know if this has been figured out yet, but the here in Canada, it's still up in the air whether aspartame is a potential carcinogen. So I try to stay away from aspartame. Yeah. My mother will be the same way. She'll be like, I don't eat that. That causes cancer. As she smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day. In a room with zero ventilation and the door closed. That's exactly how it is. It's nasty. Oh, those sugar-free gummies? Yeah. Where the hell is that golem? Just fucking chilling over there, staring at the wall. Furious fit. I mean, he just said that he's a personal trainer. He doesn't say how he trains them. He could be training them how to gain weight, being like, eat that cupcake. Come on. You can take one more bite. Do it. Come on, you're almost there. 2 more bites. You got this, baby. Okay, we got that cupcake down. On to the next one, baby. If you want to gain muscles, you got to gain weight. No, you can materialize things out of thin air. What are you talking about? Global Gym? Oh my god. I love dodgeball. What was that scene? Wasn't he eating like a pepperoni and he had like these electric things on his nipples or something? Oh, fuck. We need more movies like that these days. I feel like there's not enough of them, or I'm just not paying enough attention to them. Oh yeah, pumps up the front of his crotch. Oh shit. Thanks for the drops today. Hey, thank you for choosing me for your drops. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Is that the scene there?
Do it, pussy. Eat that cupcake, you skeleton-ass motherfucker.
Oh, the donut. I don't know. I thought it was pepperoni. Is there another scene with a piece of pizza where he's in his office with the other guy? I was the only option. What are you talking about? There's plenty of options. There's Ellie. Ellie's streaming right now. There's Divios. There's Goldsteinberg. Mr. Rapolis was streaming earlier. I know Grimkill was streaming. I don't know if he's still streaming. There's plenty of options. I have time for one more cycle, and then I gotta go, though, chat. Do they make you eat donuts? Do I make you eat donuts? VHSs? No. I actually still have like a CD rack behind me with like a bunch of old movies and stuff, and I keep telling my wife we need to get rid of that. But I don't know, she for some reason doesn't want to. I don't pay attention to my trash per hour. Oh shit, I didn't finish this tower. You running calc here? No, this buff is a figment of your imagination. My most meaningful tap in my early days. The ones that stand out the most to me was my first Tri-Dandelion. The very first Coranda that ever spawned, I managed to get a Dandy box. And I managed to get it to try from base within like 200 memory fragments. And back then there wasn't even any artisans or anything either. Like I got super boosted. And I was so fucking strong. This was like just after Awakened Warrior was first released too. And Awakened Warrior was like the most busted awakening, and it was awakened first amongst everybody. So I was legit a god, like 1v40ing people. It was ridiculous. Getting my Tet Dandy and Tet Zarka was probably it's another one that stands out. Because I remember Moreland, when he still played the game, talked me into doing what he used to do was Tet Tuesday. So every week he would save a bunch of mats, and then on Tuesday he would try to tap for Tet. And he talked me into doing it. So I saved up mats, and then the Tuesday rolled around, and not only did I manage to tap my Tet, but I ended up tapping my Zarka too, and I got pretty carried on both. Hitting my Tri-Ogre, that shit took a long time. I spent like all of 2017 trying to get my Tri-Ogre and a Tet Red Coral Earring. And it took me like the whole year to get that shit. But it felt so good when I did. Hitting my Pen Blackstar Awakened weapon, and then immediately hitting a Pen... not a Pen. Hitting my Splendid Destruction Stone. I saved up a bunch of materials, went to go for the Awakened weapon, hit that shit, and I had a whole bunch of leftover silver, so I said fuck it, and I just started buying Resplendent Destruction Stones off the market for under $1 a piece, because they were sitting on the market. And it ended up going on the second one. And I've had this Splendid ever since. That was the beginning of the end of the Splendid Stones too. Because shortly after I did it, Divios did it. Another guy in our guild did it just before I did it. And once people started paying attention, they're like, huh, wait, why is Zeth and Divios and these guys doing this? All of a sudden they realize, wait a minute. These things are sitting on the market not because there's a ton of supply. There's just no demand. And this is eventually something everybody's going to want. And then it was like a week later, they were max price and sold out. And they've been like that ever since. Hitting my Debo belt. Completely mind-blowing experience. one of the, I think it was like the second Tet Debo belt that was ever sold to the market. I managed to win the order on it. And then because I had it, I said, fuck it, let's go tap this bitch. So I went to Crypt. In my first rotation, I managed to get the merchant ring piece from there. And then I finished up that hour on Suck Sage. I thought Suck Sage was going to be the best for it because Suck Sage at the time had like infinite accuracy, and that class that spot required tremendous amounts of accuracy. So I thought Suck Sage was going to be really good there. Turned out it wasn't. But after my first hour finished, I was kind of demoralized at how shitty it still felt. So I decided to do an hour on Suck Sage, and Awaken Sage, and halfway through that hour, I ended up having a Debo belt drop, and then I tapped it to pen. I ended up one-tapping it. So I ended up spending a total of an hour and a half at Crypt. And to give you an idea of how slow the grinding was back then, I saved the trash. I grinded up 1,643 trash, and I got my merchant ring piece, and my belt, and then one-tapped it in 1,643 trash. I keep that there as a memento of how little time I spent at that spot. Pen Blackstar offhand. That was a piece of content. Before that came out, I had hundreds of costumes saved up. Way less than I have now, but was considered a ton at the time. And I thought I was massively over-prepared for the Pen Blackstar offhand. And then the Pen Blackstar offhand came, and I used every last drop of crons that I had. It took me 69 attempts. And funnily enough, you know, if it's going to fail on anything above 60 attempts, you want it to finally go on 69. But my 69th attempt finally went, but I burned so much resources going for my offhand. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if I still don't have S rank on everything there, Orphic, because I never went back. I need to go right after this phase here, though. Chat. I'm going to find someone to host during the AFK phase. We hosted Divios yesterday. Maybe I'll send you guys over to Ellie today. Make sure she's still streaming BDO. So, thanks for hanging out today, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful day. It was a lot of fun. You guys always make the day go by so fast. We'll be back tomorrow, bright and early. There might be a little intermission in the afternoon when I gotta go drop my daughter off at a birthday party. I guess it depends if she's able to hitch a ride with a friend or not. If not, then I'm gonna be dropping her off there. But otherwise, stream as normal. Might be a bit longer than it was today, too. But thanks for hanging out, everybody. Much love to all of you. And we'll see you tomorrow.